Good morning. So, I know I said I'd probably be back to this Saturday after my work shift and stuff, but, and I was actually supposed to work a double today, but it got canceled. Like, my boss literally texted me and said, never mind, the store's gonna be closed for maintenance. I'll see you Monday. Okay, cool. I guess I actually have a day off now. So, we're gonna continue reading the story. We'll finish off the stages and all the story stuffs. See how much of the currency I can pick up before I actually need to grind. Well, both. That would be both. That would be both. Yes, it's a day without pay, but it is an actual day off because I don't have to go to either one of my two jobs. Yeah. I'm not complaining. I'm doing okay. At least I think so. So it's time to go stage 5.
이번엔 어떤 실험인가요?
걸맞는 곳이어야 할
계약이 또 어그러졌나 보지?
잠깐만! 빠져먹고!
의를
자, 함께하죠.
일이라면 간다.
Just need to grind enough points to get Ishmael's ego, to get the Scotty, and then I can get maximum point grinding. I'm not sure if I need to bring the unit for the bonus or if it just needs to be in team. I think it just needs to be in team, but whatever.
입회한다.
Oh boy, we have a screaming flower now. And the moment we attack it, it's gonna wake up.
전격발.
Okay. Yep, the flower's awake. Oh, we're already under nervous impairment.
확인.
Maybe it's one of those things where I don't target. I try not to target. Then again, I think in a chain battle like this, it doesn't really let you choose. the target.
조심하랬지.
'Cause I feel like it would have been better if I could like attack all of the small guys and then the flower.
거러지 같은 놈들.
불타올랐군요.
완벽한 한 방이네.
끝내. 정수아리. 다음시계.
방해꾼 하나가 사라졌군.
걷잡을 수 없이 타올라라.
그러지. 불타올랐군요.
Rochelle's almost fully impaired. So it must stack, yeah, max stack at 30. Ooh. Okay, so flower staggered now.
대체 억압 진행하겠습니다.
Should be fine.
균형이 무너졌군요. 다음시계.
Okay, we win this turn.
파격감.
소각되었습니다.
There we go.
Mission accomplished.
Back to story reading. The remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terror that had surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And the retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing Fiji, but what about the ship? Wow, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. Whew. So, I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong, of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of the battle, the monsters were starting to go after the manager. You're probably right, actually. I noticed too. At some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Their movements were very fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? That ain't much of a question, is it? They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential, so much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves into other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher. Yet the transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. Then can they adapt a little language and communicate with us? But what? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mayor's eyes went round at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there were seabirds who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans. The other, to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Nights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Nights and Dark Days? She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on to the hint of joy in her voice. The pillar of light in the city, did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Bears? Oh, that's... Ain't it obvious? We've got the culprit right here. The storyteller lass has been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Huh? Yet I have not gotten that far. You again? You didn't get so lost in your own story that you blabbed all about our company's secrets, have you? Nay! Fee, I would simply not! As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amia stared out towards the sea, wary that sea terrors might start crawling onto the surface once again before turning towards us. I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by chance, worship the Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? If Seaborn were able to hope, I guess I should play more Integrated Strategies 3. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools, borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So we can go back tonight? The first order of business is to relay the news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now. I'm a little stuffy this morning. It's okay.
거하디 내가 뭘 했어 돌아와서 모조리 불태울 거라고 했잖아
Yeah, I need to hit 1,000 to get Ishmael. And then after that, I can grind for the rest of the store rewards. I want to get that banner, so my home screen can look spiffy in Arknights garb. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. Oh! Irene! Isn't she a good person, though? I know she is a lamp carrier. She's technically one of the Inquisitors, but isn't she technically a good one? Ah, Mia, help us! Irene, my beloved! The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So the Inquisition had discovered our village. Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Damn, never mind. Irene might be doing her job. We recruited you as an operator. Why aren't you an ally? Hi, Maz. Thank you for the bits and good morning. I hope you slept well. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Sawflat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They have disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found the Southern coast to lurk in. Tell me, I'm not supposed to find that suspicious? What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with the 10 suspicious like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayor, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share fin beef jerky to villages, or carry Agirians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayor, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Kelsey told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from after all. Then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayor's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up, though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just let them arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seemed quite cut and dry to me. If it's just the standard procedure with no local laws broken, we're in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. But we can't do that. Even if it is standard procedure, even if they're working within the law, it's not... You stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? You know, the Encore Inquisitors were working within the law too when they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. If anyone had stepped in then... I know what you went through, but I'd still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitor directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? You were here to fix the ship, and the villagers let you. So for you to take the thing that they were trying to fix, that's like an affront to their hospitality. Yes, please talk to Irene. How about we try and talk to the Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out at first. Them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agreed with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. Irene! RR. Rabbit's right, she says. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right? There's no way Ryoshu would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiot. Because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us. We're already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. Also, I see how Yoshu has immediately identified Amiya as a rabbit. Thus, the donkey joke is out the window. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. Irene! My favorite operator. Or one of my favorite, that is. I was wondering what you were doing here, lurking in the background. Hey, creature! Welcome in. It's been a while. A clock-shaped head? Are you from the Columbian Union? a clock for ahead due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? Tick-tock? What? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that. 2 days? Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I am aware of Iberia's closed border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amia began with confidence. Unlike Sinclair, alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders from dubious origin, we have illegal entry as well. That we had to, because the issue demands urgency, and... I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent the issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane? This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious acre. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against their laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Oi, I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up in here only to go, they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all. What? Are you saying these people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath, as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. Uh-oh. That's it. Lass, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair... Please, calm yourself, Heathcliff. Bahonglu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me! I've had enough of her! Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest then? We're clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? Then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I am an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever way that may be, after a proper investigation. So stop with this obstruction of justice! The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante, without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mayers told us about him earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of N-Corp we saw back in Call. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances, getting in the way of an Inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your question. Continue to obstruct me, then. As the standoff was showing no signs of ending, Miss Mayers? I can answer your question. So, for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and the villagers? It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean? You'll answer the question. About the profound silence. Mayer's response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Oh. Is there a secret to you being young? Is that it? Are you secretly not a young un?
입정을 알리는 음악 소리가 들리는.
You. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence that must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the Profound Silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out at sea, then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. Yeah, they do say still water is like still water and a quiet sea is really dangerous. No one could say a word in face of the ineffable calamity. What are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Aegir from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in her lands. So that's why they're arresting the Aegir left and right. I can see the thought process, but So it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante, this isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no. It's the fear of something who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that, should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there's a sliver of chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease! Thou art threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm! But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider! Final warning! Run! Quick on the uptake as always, Rhodia slung Mares over her shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm, and in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed towards the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote? Thou shalt go no further! I, a fixer of justice, shan't abide by as thou persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Monster. Oh, Celtic! Yo! A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. Gah! Who's it this time? That's enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Calcet! Do you know her? Yes, she's Dr. Calcet, Rhodes Island Medical Department. Dr. Calcet, behind you! Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhodes Island is now operated within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcet managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night in, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many, it's... what a precise point it makes. Now, not the time to stand around oppressed. It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand, instead of deliberating on a taboo that the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Hang on. I gotta investigate something. So the situation's gotten slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be I am Inquisitor Irene's ally. Oh. Dr. Cal said, Amiya, outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached a conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is without a doubt correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is the dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village? A church? Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleagues have made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. Yet, I can hardly believe that young Mayor is lying to us. Hold on. You've been chatting plenty with that Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? I see, you really are all entirely in the dark. An expected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth, unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Suspicious. Besides, soon. I'm sorry. It seems that we've marred you in this trouble.
Say no such thing. We shall not abide by as one such injustice is perpetrated before our eyes.
The village has already been identified by the Inquisition. And the Inquisition has even brought an ally. Seems quite unlikely that words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so.
The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth. And I immediately knew what Kelsey was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go that Gah! Blimey. Sinclair got stabbed! We are now departing for the sea. Yet, as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for the journey. Become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of the rising dread, ambush did not end there. Ugh. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right? Everyone's getting stabbed! Oh no! The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes. And it seemed that they were coming for me as well. Ugh! Amiya, on your left! Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger, flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. Kirk. The charging villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. The fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. But what about the sinners? Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that Inquisitor and Calcid's quick understanding of the situation, and the subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We're not trying to hurt you. We're simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize for unfamiliarity and caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What truly unforgivable is that heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Varian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know? We couldn't shake off a stab wound like... This is most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overridden by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. But what? That's not a very big deal. Everyone's acting like it was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into seaborns. The golden bow helped deal with the whale's palidification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with seaborn transformations. We should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but for what? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And preferably in the least painful way, you know? Oh, sorry, was the last part kinda too much to ask? But wait, don't give up already. If we bring them back to Rhode Island, we should be able to do something to help them.
How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but... yeah, I can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kinda tingly too, so maybe they used some kind of parasitic cocktail. Honglu is having a blast. Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them.
But, Amiya, can you understand the outsider speech?
Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into Seaborns. Okay. Damn! Okay, Scotty. And before we do it, Scotty had already decapitated the sinners. None of whom resisted. Amiya seems to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. Damn, one swipe and they're all gone. But what are you doing? Scotty? Don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. The clock turns. They're not gonna know what a single shit happened because he's turning back time. I don't think they're gonna know. I'm not seeing anything other suspicious. Okay, so I only see one suspicious account. One potential perpetrator. The decapitated heads creep towards the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? I wonder, are they rewinding in solitude, or are they actually turning back time? Because I never really understood how his abilities worked. I just know that the sinners could never really die as long as Dante was able to turn back the clock. This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. Their wounds are disappearing? Okay, so they're still
in current of time, but the sinner's time itself is reversing. Resurrection. Metempsychosis or time reversal? Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. That seems too small a price for such great power, though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking, all of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude, until I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sitters. I don't know just what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life? Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know. How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. Damn. Yay, that means Irene is technically our ally. Yay, we were on the wrong side the whole time. Oh, don't you love it? You love being coerced by the corrupt church?
과격검.
Ah, man. Oh, they do sinking.
끝내 전수하리. 전탄격발.
받아볼 텐가.
What's with this disadvantage? What the hell?
지금이라도 말 들어.
거점을 쓰고 타올라.
부드럽게.
Either I'm getting like really unlucky with the rolls, or this is just unfair. That and actually, my enemy's sanity is they did they start at max sanity? That's so unfair. That is so unfair.
개발 장전.
총알까봐 떠올려요. 받아볼 텐가.
Okay, those are some better looking rolls.
괜찮아. 상처는 찢었으니까.
The better the sanity, the better I win. Gregor got staggered.
화격검. 흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘, 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
Yeah, double heads, let's go. I love it when it rolls positive. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, thank God I won. It was like, it was tying, so it's like, am I gonna lose? I don't have enough MB. You know, with my burn team, it's actually kind of hard to get envy, because not a lot of the burn units actually have envy in their. No, sorry, this is gluttony. Gluttony in their skill kit. I know Dawn has green. I at least get like a bare minimum amount of pride, because I noticed a lot of burn IDs use pride, or the egos that I want to use pride. I get more than enough wrath, and yep, I get more than enough wrath and lust, because burn. The blue and green that I kind of need more of. pop another dragon.
완벽한 한 발을 위해
흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
Dang, no positive this time. Getting closer. He's staggered now. Let's go. Ah, one pried off. Okay. Oh well. I wonder if I could knock him out this turn. I think I can. Yep, there we go. Perfect.
불타버렸나?
Mission accomplished.
Wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel, Masas. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was prepared, so how? Ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. It ain't a surprise that they'd send someone to spy on us if they know a way to get to the ship floating even if it's broken state. Vessel Masas? Vessel Rebellion de las Masas. That ship is moored at the port in that direction. Wait, it can't be! Oh, and it's gone. Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How could a vessel of that size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name, it must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rode after them? Honglu, you're so silly. May, come on. Sea's full of sea terrors. It won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Amiya? You keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel must have soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been premeditated. Premediated? Sorry. I don't know. Leaving only Mayors. They left Mayors behind! No! How could you leave your granddaughter behind? Do we have an ally within the enemy ranks?
나 이런 예상보다 더 흥분했나 보네요.
Ooh, this stage gave a lot. Another story intermission. Damn it. Can't we just take the ship and go after it? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This'll be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can't find ourselves a ship to go after them. Yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, does that mean there's some left? Just one, as far as I know. The one in Grand Faro. But that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Huh? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Scotty has already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirm is whether she's a seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. 'Tis true, yet. Once we saw that Mayers was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and kept her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they had all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Ager is that she simply knows too much, where she could possibly have gained access to all that information. Where could she have? See, she can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante said that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but... Fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Faro Muerto, Dead Lighthouse. That's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline? Is it not connected to the land? I think it used to be, until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wood and material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you? You're going to trust the Ager? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust the Ager. A mistrust of the Ager is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? If you're talking about the Countess, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility, nor disgust. Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought, I have no history of the feelings, or for or against the Ager. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She has conveyed that, in matters in regards to Bayer, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? While there certainly are aspects to that vessel that draw interest, I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mayers. We're in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine we were back in the city. I would have taken them like 3-4 free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mayor. Please lead us to the lighthouse.
Okay, happily. So when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of Virginium technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who could work on it anymore then. You needn't worry about that. Here, we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just a revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus Company skills. I can also work on the simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two helping out Gramps. Stuff's about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. But, well, then, should we all head to the lighthouse together? No. I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Anya will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the Doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Anya and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Anya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there is a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but answer me this. Are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions, as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Amiya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let us commence mission vessel Masa's retrieval. Righto. Step 1 of the plan is the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. Damn, Scotty! What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Like, damn. Like, the entire time that they were discussing, Scotty was just like, make a raft? On it. Damn. Scotty works fast. I mean, she does have a quick redeploy skill in her kit, so, I guess that counts for something. I need to finish building Scotty's mods though too, because I want to be able to like use her as a quick redeploy tech. I do believe I have her other mod that gives her like a power boost. If I actually do I have her mod? One second. I don't remember what I have on her. I know I have her masteries. Okay, no, I don't have any of her mods. I have her mods on like they're ready to be unlocked. I just don't have the material to actually unlock them. But I do want to work on both her X and her Y mod. Well, like one for the Abyssal Hunters buff and then the other for the redeployment time.
Because then I could utilize both skill 2 and skill 3 effectively. Quick redeploy Scotty is useful actually. Oh no, not you! I hate you! Where's Lapland when we need her? None of these Iberians know how to
제가 앞에
silence.
서죠.
Oh wow. After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan, shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even in its dilapidated, ruined state, touches that are at once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even call these lighthouses guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era, as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It's as she said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the Penal Battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We are literally about to walk into one.
Don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a Falby? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders?
I'm not a coward. I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, the interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long. Yisang suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred, even in such uncertainties. What? The currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one or two more people should stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea Terror is more than I'll... if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Huh? Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess.
Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty.
Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on the way to the lighthouse gates. The problem is that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissue. Corroded tiles. Remind me of that L-Corp branch back at U-Corp, though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door? Oi, move over. I'll pull from the right side. You grab the left, and... We'll all pull together at 1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3! Huh? Something's off here.
What are you doing?
The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it's torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this open. Well, what now?
This strange flesh tissue growing on the gates in Sea Terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but...
Should I go fetch her? But, I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors and sinking the raft. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this.
Which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came to view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see, a faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. And through that opening, I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty? Powerful imaginary crashes, powerful imagery crashes onto me, onto me like the waves. Ugh. Starting to trip up my words. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty, the singer, humming in a low voice. Ah, even sculptor. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence had become ingrained. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is. Dante, are you alright? I'm good, and I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty. Huh? What? Hey, Ishmael. I've never used an ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. Oh my god, you just received Scotty's ego from the heavens. What? An ego? I nodded quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practice run with those ego. Whatever it is, it seems to me our manager's found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded? Oh.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 당신에게
Ooh.
파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Now that's cool. Cracks on the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what? Just what? The part where you... What, the part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that! Ahem, that is! This is most fascinating. That an ego could be drawn here, in lieu of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amya's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light. I saw Amya's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that could be used to understand the being that is Scotty. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you're able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego. Verily, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego, which are bloomed from within oneself. That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet it matters not whether young mayors and young Amya learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrated the outer wall. Several of them, in fact, of a building. And the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I am convinced. Ha ha ha. Do as you will, then. Faust's reply sounded almost sulky, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon Ego to Irene and Mayors anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet, slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scotty, which means our only roadblocks are sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. Cool. Okay, no one's targeting the flower.
부드럽게.
I was wondering if I could save to, like, waking up the flower for last. If I don't have to attack it immediately and wake it up, then that's great. Take care of the small fry first.
웨우피의 적법한 무력 행사다.
끝내. 전소하리.
걷잡을 수 없어. 타올라.
불타올랐군요.
Okay. Yep, still nobody targeting the flower.
언제까지
yeah.
버티나 보자고. 네. 남길 말은 없겠지.
Take care of the small fry. Oh, not you. At least in this case, it looks like I can actually hit you.
방해꾼 하나가 사라졌군.
화격검.
Okay, now we have somebody targeting the flower. Should be fine. I think. I don't know how many more waves of enemies we're getting now. Probably pop an ego soon too.
소각되었습니다.
전격발.
일발 참전.
불타버렸나?
Eight out of 25.
받아볼 텐가.
소각되었습니다.
Man, I'm gonna keep yawning now. I'm pretty sure I got enough sleep. So then again, I don't exactly remember when I fell asleep. Because I actually fell asleep in the middle of doing
basically mirror dungeon.
떨어지 같은 놈들.
Yeah, like you target a staggered enemy. That shouldn't matter too much. At least
언제까지 버티나
that
보자고.
should be helpless.
균형이 무너졌군요.
상태 붕괴 확인.
눈부시지 않도록 두려워하지 마. 그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질 수밖에. 다소
Yeah, somebody's gonna hit nervous impairment soon. If they haven't already.
해체 어각 진행하겠습니다. 아른거리는
Leonard doesn't seem to roll very high, so I guess it doesn't really pop up to. Oh, well, there goes Faust. Faust just sacrificed yourself.
그렇게 서 있으니 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
지금이라도 말 들어.
Damn, it wasn't positive.
이 검은 이 명예는
Oh, one positive coin. Yeah, two. Okay, we got two positive coins.
아는 틈.
That's good damage.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
So motivated.
이것밖에 못하나.
끝내. 전수하리 시계. 흐릿한 등화 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
So Hongwu has Ling. I wonder where. I wonder if that means we get like a little peek into. Yeah.
죽어도
이번에야말로 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어.
끝낸다.
단번에 끝낸다.
And that's an angry Marcel.
전력으로 생겨.
So I kind of wish that was directed towards the flower.
야, 아이고. 나갈 수 없어.
We're getting staggered.
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 뼈조각 하나 남지 않도록.
Now, what is that chest? It's just there. When Nether Sea brand it appears on the battlefield, it becomes active and becomes active and damageable. Oh, okay. Okay. So it would attack this when I need to, but I haven't been able to damage it, so it hasn't been needed, which is good.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
이것밖에 못하나.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
Mission accomplished.
거봐라. 내가 뭐랬어. 돌아와서 모조리 불태울 거라고 했잖아.
Okay, we've hit 1,000. I have exactly enough to pick up Scotty.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Yay! And now I can grind out the rest of the shop. I definitely want to pick up the profile stuff. It's pretty. Oh, this takes over Art of Blossom. Damn. This shares the slab with Art of Blossom. I have to choose. Do I stick with my burn or do I stick for Arknights? No. How could you? You stealing my burn away from me. I do need to have it on her though if I want to get points. Okay, so now we're gonna get maximum points. We have 20% times 4. The 160% reward.
제가 앞에 서죠.
Disappointing. Ishmael has to steal the spot from a burn ego. I also have like no thread to uptie it right now, so oh well.
웨우피의 적법한 무력 행사다.
Oh, now we got the spiny guys.
조심하랬지.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
Let's get Milnar charged up to use.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
균형이 무너졌군요.
Oh.
시계.
Wait, what am I missing? I need one more yellow.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
흐드러지게.
불타버렸나?
균형이 무너졌군요.
I wonder if I should just corrode him. Or I don't know if I can. Yeah, I think I can only use it at a normal state right now. I only have the materials for it at a normal state. The cost increases if I overclock it.
화격검.
Oh well.
균형이 무너졌군요.
전격발.
끝내. 시계.
이 검은
Damn, no positive point.
않을 테니
That's still a lot of damage though. And now the flower's awake.
해체 허가 진행하겠습니다. 상태 붕괴 확인.
괜찮아. 상처는 찢었으니까. 벌써 만나러 가는 것. 좀 이르지 않아. 받아볼 텐가.
아름다운 불길 속으로
총알값 아까울려나 하는군.
So looks even more motivated.
완벽한 한방. 괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
이번에야말로 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어.
화격검.
Burn them all.
전력으로 상대해봐.
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 뼈 조각 하나 남지 않도록.
I love these ducks. I'm not winning that.
다소 즐겁고.
Ow, ow, ow.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
지금이라도 말 들어. 이 경정 속에서 타올라라.
잿더미에 깔리는 게 내가 될 줄은.
People are dying out of the woodwinds. Not good. But as long as I live, I guess, overall.
순식간에 끝내줘.
As long as we can get through the stage and everything's fine.
끝내. 정수하리. 배우지 못하고 간 것이 그저 못마땅하군.
이래서 걱정만 끼치게 되는
Ow.
꼴인데.
떠올랐군요.
죽어도 웰피는 반드시 집행을 끝낸다.
초식 1번.
I'm dying. It's not looking good.
앗. 벌써 부서졌나? 쓸모가 없고.
따뜻한 차가 마시고 싶어요.
Yep. I'm dying.
이곳으로 가면 되지.
Boy, I love necrosis. I don't think I really have anything that can help.
초식 1번.
I feel like I'm really close to like beating the stage here, but I'm also like really close to death.
본인의 승리일세.
Okay. Ah,
우연이면 찾고 싶네.
okay. It's like down to the wire. This is really down to the wire. It looks like she has enough to activate it overclock. I'm kind of risking it for the biscuit. Kind of risking it for the biscuit.
초식 1번.
Uh-oh. Never mind. Not even gonna get a chance to activate it. Well, this is unfortunate.
한수 배웠네.
Damn, I couldn't do anything. I was so close. That was actually so close. What the hell? Huh. Okay. Maybe I should try to prioritize that damn flower.
단도직입적으로 묻겠다. 내 목숨을 살릴 만한 방도는 없나? 혹은 그에 상응하는 금액을 말해라. 없다면
Start with different people.
연료는 걸맞는 곳이어야 할.
이번엔 어떤 실험인가요?
의뢰
차 의뢰로군.
계약이 또
차 의뢰.
시험은
함께하죠. 일이라.
따뜻하게 혹은 뜨겁게.
사냥감인가? 몸이 끓어오르는군.
해체 어각 진행하겠습니다.
낙인을 새겨드리죠. 망설이지 말고.
걱정했어. 타올라. 꿰뚫은 줄도 모를걸?
Yeah, the faster we get rid of the small fry, the better.
이렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
Faust is targeting the flower. I don't want that right now.
조심하랬지. 전탄격발.
일발 장전.
이번에야말로
As
이
long as that
싸움을
flower's not
끝내주겠어.
awake just yet.
해체 억압 진행하겠습니다. 상태 분배 확인.
더러지 같은 놈들.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
Despite the flower being asleep, they still do quite a bit of damage on me. Uh-oh. No, Sinclair, you woke it up. How could you? Now I have to target you. You're being targeted by Heathcliff.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
I gotta get rid of this flower.
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 뼈 조각 하나 남지 않도록.
The positive coin is that.
외우 피해 적법한 무력 행사다.
Okay, the flower's staggered and burning right now. That's cool.
받아볼 텐가.
괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
일발 장전.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마.
God, I hate you.
잠깐만
괜찮아.
깔리는 게
And someone died. Of course it did. Why wouldn't they? I changed their first skill to defense and all of a sudden they become out of pose. How does that work?
조여목구를 달궈볼까? 이 결투!
상태 붕괴, 실수, 소각되었습니다.
The faster we get rid of these people, the better. Oh, there's another flower. Ah, man. Not another flower. Also, Gregor, like, gonna die.
조심하랬지?
Oh no, we're attacking everyone. Well, I hope it knocks out one of the flowers.
이 명예는
Of course, you're not gonna give me any positive points.
이빨이지 않을 테니.
Bastard. And now you die.
벌써 만나러 가는 거. 깨르지.
This nervous impairment sure is fun.
한수
걱정만 끼치고
배워.
Yeah, this nervous impairment sure is fun.
과격검. 흐드러지기 다음 시계.
판매,
다소 즐겁다.
끝까지.
These flowers hit way too hard.
실패하겠군.
Not to mention the nervous impairment is just absolutely terrible. Of course, I'm one off for being able to use magic bullet. Sucks ass. (18 out of 25 enemies). I don't see myself winning very well.
완벽한 한 방을
피로부터 피어올린 아름다운 꽃이
How many do you target?
난 기꺼이 그냥
Just the one? Damn. That's overkill. Should've done that to the flower. I really think I need to kill the flowers first somehow.
즐겁군.
Because they're like the boss of the group. They have the highest HP and stuff. I really think I should figure out a way to take care of them. Probably hopeless.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Having a hopeless clash is not great.
제가 묻었네요.
끝내 정수하리.
Okay. You saying Jackie now? Yep, whack out the small fry. We have the flower.
배우지 못하고 간 것이 그저 못맞다 하군.
균형이 무너졌군요.
Ow. Really ow. Yeah, I'm not winning this.
Mission failed.
This is quite difficult. Okay, it really spiked up in the difficulty. I'm not gonna be able to proceed if I keep failing like
많이
this.
불태울 거다.
I'm only just a little
너희가
above
마신
halfway.
피 한 방울조차 남기지 않고 모조리.
I need to play smarter. But I'm not sure how I can play smarter. I know I could do
대체
it.
유형 확인.
I guess I'm just gonna have to need to like manually pay attention to my targets. Surely, third time's the charm. Thanks, Mass, for the hydrating stretch. Then again, I'm never used to this thing either. This would probably come in handy if I know when to use it. So I want to do everything except for the flower here. Or do I want to parry the flower first? Would it do me good to wake it up this early? Not sure. Apparently collecting damage just puts everything on this one guy.
망설이지 말고.
Sure, let's knock them out one at a time.
대체 소각되었습니다.
Ow, ow, ow. maybe not clashing is a bad idea.
받아볼 텐가.
남길 말은 없겠지.
함께 승리.
Oh, you took a while to get those. Welcome back.
이것밖에 못.
I am struggling.
웨우피의 적법한 무력 행사다.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
Man, I hate nerf repairman. Fascinating for the flower. What if I had everyone fighting the flower? I just want to get rid of the damn thing.
당신의 판단을 따르.
Sure, what could go wrong? Yeah, it must be pretty late, so yeah, I imagine like all the pharmacies being closed and stuff.
총알값 아까우니
미치게 되는 꼴인데.
Well, I know some pharmacies work on like the 9 to 5 schedule, so. And then you have the 24-hour one.
대체 허가 진행하겠습니다.
I don't know.
내 탄원이 향하는 곳은 언제나 같다. 필연적 조금의 우연도 없이.
걷잡을 수 없이 대체 소각되었습니다.
I really want to be able to get rid of this guy before the next flower comes by. understand. The UI is can be a bit much, because even I don't fully understand all of how its mechanics work. This is my third time on this fight. I've gotten close both times, but not enough. I'm not doing it right.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
눈부시지 않도록 두려워하지 마. 전력으로 상대해봐.
It is a lot on screen, honestly.
단격발.
일발 장전 안심이다. 고통은 없어.
Yeah. That's about right.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
이것밖에 못하나.
Thank you for the headpads.
상태 분석 확인.
이빨이지 않을 테니.
Chips. Ow.
괜찮아. 이겼으니까.
Lemon flavored chips.
즐겁군.
잣더미에 깔리는 게 내가 될 줄.
이 감정이 내게 지울 수 없는
I
낙인이라면
feel like I'm dying just
차라리
trying to get rid of this
이
one
슬픔과
flower. The
함께
flower is just
일어서겠어.
really annoying. I really wish we had Lapland. Where's Lapland when you need her? I swear.
과격감.
이 경적 속에서 타올라라.
Think of like a squeeze of lemon on your meal type kind of flavor. It's not a strong lemon, like it's not a sweet lemon. It's just like lemon, like a hint of lemon, I guess. Oh, did I finally get rid of that one flower? Great, now I have a second flower. I hate this. I actually hate this. Also, look at the negative sanity. Not doing too hot. I would love to use Bell Bullet, or my magic bullet here, but I don't have the ego. No, what I need against the Seaborn, I need Lapland. I need that silence so that I can shut down this damn, nervous impairment. Nervous impairment, it sucks. Nervous impairment really sucks.
조심하랬지?
It also sucks fighting on negative sanity.
그것밖에 못하나.
망설이지 말고.
내가 죽어도 반드시 집을 끝내.
걱정만 끼치는 거.
Looks like the device is on. I need to. We're standing on corrosive ground. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gonna corrode him. This is gonna corrode you, but it's fine.
화격검.
이 결투.
Yep, here we go. Corroded.
그리워할 가치 없는 이 시대.
Which means I'm also attacking my teammates, which is not nice.
소변이
Totally does not help.
빛은 눈부시진 않겠지.
I need to attack this. Haha. Yeah, I know. I know. But. Secretly a Hums. That would be funny. I could polymorph into a Hums if I wanted to.
소여목구를 달고 볼까?
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm winning this again. I might be stuck. I might need help. I might need to call for assistance.
변하는 일
There we
따위
go.
없이
Promoted.
수평선을 따라 모두 꿰뚫어.
Ow. Thanks for killing people.
벌써 만나고
군입고
이 감정이 내게
Oh,
지울 수 없는
already automatically
낙인이라면
corroded here. Oh boy.
차라리 이 슬픔과 함께 일어서겠어.
Maybe. What if I activate this? This is gonna hurt. We're also like really near to. This is the most people I have living at the end of the battle. Thank God. Okay, one of these is going to die really fast. This one should die pretty soon enough, but it's this damn flower. Okay.
순식간에 끝내줘.
Here's to killing myself because I'm very much committing suicide with the state of my sinners right now.
숨결 하나에 푸르른 창공 허물어지니
Oh my.
하나된 찬양이 만종을 울릴지어다.
That's hitting nothing but me. Oh, that is so bad. Otis, how could you? Oh my god, Otis. Okay, so the flower's on stagger. That's great. But I don't think I'm winning in this turn. Definitely do not think I'm winning this turn.
부드럽게
Do your best.
개발 창작.
Wait, no, John, I did it.
Accomplished.
Was there enough burn? Let it go. Okay, thank fuck. It took 3 times, but I did it.
관리자님이 명하는 것이라면 탄원은 어디든
Good God.
무엇이든
Okay,
누구든
it's getting harder.
관통됩니다.
It's getting a lot harder.
사랑하는 사람일지라도
I worry about the boss stage now. I might not be Limbus enough to Limbus.
벌써 화끈하네.
Okay. There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but
Thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged. Faust shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. Yang was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Then I'll radio the doctor. A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. Ah! The floor! The floor's giving away! What's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of Iberia! I see art shattering through the ocean surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it is charging at us once again. Oh no. As he's taking notice, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. Oh shit! The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Is this we're fighting the second boss of IS-3? Oh shit. Then we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse, and the lighthouse is almost fully functional. It'll only take some finishing touches to have this light shine again, which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about the Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight, and if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. Yeah, this motherfucker is hard. I can barely knock him out in IS. He is ridiculous. Like, Golden Glow is like one of the only decent units I can figure to counter against the guy, because even if Golden Glow is attacking him, and Golden Glow gets frozen, her drones will still be attacking him as long as her skill is activated before Golden Glow gets frozen. Oh god, if he freezes the sinners, that's gonna be even more fun. Yeah, loved him in IS-3, I'll totally love him in Olympus. As if the rest of the sea creatures weren't enough already. You better prepare for a few days of interrogation once I bring you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that knight somehow. I'm gonna need a lot more than just the sinners to fight this guy. Maybe some of my bind egos could be effective, because I know I have a couple egos that can bind equipped. Try to stop him in his tracks. I know binding works against him when I fight him. Waves crest high and violent behind this spear-wielding knight. I'm just worried about when he changes into phase 2. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his speed splitting the very sea. And I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Yeah, the last fight wasn't easy either. This is going to be fun! Okay, we have events. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus he rides against the currents, hunting their waves. He seeks the waves, reapproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories, having blinked through obvious fathoms, flashed briefly before my eyes, and the seaborn knight wields his great lance against surfaced sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct the progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the knight. The knight just an enemy, nothing more. I mean, there is a period in IS3 where you basically have to recruit the knight to be your temporary ally before you fight him. So, let's take our chances. Okay, Otis is here. Good. There was like a select few amount of people here, like Otis could guarantee pride. The knight's great lance falters without doubt. Waves are the only thing that hold any meaning for him. 3 offense level down.
무엇이든
Okay,
맞출 수 있는
yep.
탄원이니 말입니다.
Yep, that was exactly what we needed. For this turn. Only for this turn, though. Just have to start simple. I just hope he's not too much trouble versus the flowers. Because if it's just him, then I feel like it should be fine. But if he calls the allies into the battle, then I know I'm gonna struggle. Oh, yep, and look at that! We're getting frozen! Motherfucker still has the frozen stack on him! Oh no, I hate this! That's just gonna slow us down, like, really bad. Oh no. I don't want to get frozen. Everyone's getting frozen. I don't like this. Everything about the Arknight enemies are true in the Limbus. They didn't change a thing. Oh, they're gonna be just as fun as they are in integrated strategies. Oh boy. Ow. Seriously, ow. I hate being frozen.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
Honestly, I can't tell what's worse. Being frozen or being nervous impaired. Otis, what are you doing? Oh, they actually have. I like, what voice am I hearing? And that was Amiya's voice. The knight currently has negative sanity, but and we're frozen. I love being frozen. Oh boy.
외우 피해 적법한 무력 행사다.
に致命傷を確認。
지렸습니까?
至急対処お願いします。
이래서 걱정만 끼치게 되는 거예요.
Everyone's getting frozen. And I'm almost to stagger him. The sinner's relentless assault upon the night began to slow. You think? This guy he sucks. Though we don't have anything in common with the night, cold, cold loneliness rides his bellow, insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our hems, giving us no time to answer the question. Someone has to stand their ground next to the petrified sinners. We have to charge in the night. I think we need to stand our ground. Who's available? Unlike the night, we're not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves. Remove Frozen from all allies. Thank
무엇이든
fuck.
맞출 수 있는 탄원이니
これ
말입니다.
も作戦の一環。
I hate being
ギーマス
frozen.
カンパニーの
당신의 판단에 따를게요.
Okay, he should be staggered soon. Yeah, he should be staggered if not already.
전격발.
効果的な攻撃でした。
Oh, never mind. Here we go. Oh god. It's a space 2.
カンテさん、
Oh no.
なんだか
Yeah,
ただなら
he
ぬ
kind of
気配を
revived.
感じます。
I don't like this. I don't like this at all. That's just about to go poof too.
조심하랬지?
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, he's phase 2 now. He's on his horse. Oh no.
이래서
Ow.
걱정만
Seriously, ow.
끼치게
다소 즐겁다.
Oh, there goes Gregor.
벌써 만나러 가는가?
The night rides upon the violently winding sea. Lands rage skyward. The night races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this race. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon towards the night. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency with the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves. Go for his legs, not his lance. You have to stop the knight's charge. Please, please bind him. Good thing I can keep selecting Otis. And it doesn't matter if she loses the coin flip. The Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on his momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from her hand cannon, and the knight is thrown off his steed. Slay the ocean, skill becomes clashable.
무엇이든 맞출 수 있는
Okay.
탄원이니 말입니다.
Dense shadow pools under the lone night. Susurrus of teeming flesh sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath. Are they gathering to defeat the knight? They must have first gathered here, believing him to be one of them, until they came to realization that the knight is a traitor to the Great Will. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water's surface. But he leaps once again, the cresting waves as his stepping stone. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the Great Will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremittent knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. Uh-oh. I can't select you now. You should be good. Please, please, thank you. Sinner Heathcliff brings the knight's charge to a stop, then the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice. But unlike the knight in the backstreet, the waves don't stop coming. He had always challenged the wave, and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea, until the day of the night's sinking. struggle passive deactivated. The last night gained the Knight's Corpus. Isn't that his artifact?
계약대로지.
이 감정
囚人が退却できません
내게
でし
지울
た
수 없는
Speed, oh,
낙인이라면
we got bind up now. Speed -1
이
for sure.
슬픔과 함께
I got
일어서겠어.
Severed Forge. He's almost at maximum burn damage. Knight's Corpus. Yes, okay, so yay. That one IS relic is coming handy. He takes more damage. Yippee! Having that relic helped so much during a run. Oh my god. Otis only has 2 bullets, but I think I can capitalize on it.
조심하랬지.
내 탄원이 향하는 곳은 언제나 같다. 필연적
Did that
조금의
miss?
우연도 없이.
Oh, oh. He's on his horse. Shit. At least he has 99 burn.
これも作戦の一環
Thank God for 99 burn.
リンバスカンパニーの戦い方
저 여목구를 달고 볼까?
Yeah, the knight has burn for an insurmountable amount of turns. So I'm hoping he dies from burn. If I can last out long enough, he should just die from burn.
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 몇 조각 하나 남지 않도록.
Okay. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh man. The night one. Clash is insane. Everyone's getting frozen again. Oh, yep. I won by burn, and that was 198 from the blue flame from Otis too. Holy shit! Let's go! Yay! Burn, my beloved. This is why I play burn. Even when I feel like I'm struggling, I can still count on burn to damage the enemy. The same thing goes for bleed, but burn is just feels more fun. I'm out of round. The lamp's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS. I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. Ugh, what difference does that make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against the enemy, who is more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us once again.
It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as quickly as I began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space began to envelop my vision once again. Ooh, we get a new ego in... Come, holy visions, grant me thy power. Wait, this is just like... And from the dark, light shines again. I reach out towards it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual. What I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's. How did you know it's called Casimir? The place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all the glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no, he's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their begone honor is... Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to shoot into the knight's charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, Manager Bud. Let's do this. Let's go, Milnar!
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지 않은 품.
The incandescent, golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction, as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Bayers has completed the repairs. Ooh, the light returned to its house once more. Silence all! Mayers is saying something. Like Oda said, Mayers was peeking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Massage is still near the shore, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed! I'll radio Dr. Captain immediately. Whew. That's all well and good, but what about the monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This'll be a problem. Don Quixote, wait, don't get too close to it. It's too dangerous. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the seaboard, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed before asking in an energetic tone, "Oh, mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Oh my god, he answered. Rocinante? Wait, she can communicate with him? Ooh, 'tis quite a coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Rocinante. One who is not comrade. They are a steed, you say? Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Ishar, blah. It was not the waves. The waves dinosaur. Darker. Ferocious.
Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was once courteous and brave. That was at once. And the knight and his steed, Rocinante, stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist. Seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, Donkey? You should be thankful it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Ahem, mine apologies. While Don Quixote returned, the knight with that bizarre conversation, Amia raised her voice happily as though she received good news. What? Dr. Cal sick? Is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Massage. They're already done cleaning up the decks, and now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor is an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Calcet told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Scotty and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel Massage. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Massage. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball. Thank God this fight wasn't so bad. I got through all the frozen, all the scary. I don't like being frozen. The knight is very evil. Sure wish we had an instant
명하는 것이라면
defroster
탄환은
in
어디든 무엇이든
Arknights
누구든
like we did
관통해낸다.
here.
설령 사랑하는 사람일지라도.
But wow, that shot us a lot of points. Just from that fight. So we got 4 stages left. 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, we're back to small fry. Fuck you. This is gonna be fun. Totally fun. T-Bone? It auto-corrected. T-Bone... Oh! I just realized you're eating a steak. Yum. A toned steak. Well, I mean, you're eating a steak, at least. It did not correct the steak part. It just corrected what type.
움직이는 먹인 자. 재밌겠군.
Yeah, this is the doctor, researcher at Rhode Island. Nice to meet you. When I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor in Rhode Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Yisang, Fauster, or Hem from LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to that when similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus Company. That ticking just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Aria. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amia, actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so...
It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without the Zambia. Sorry, Manager Bud. Sorry, Manager Bud can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of assessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are unable to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock. Okay, that was a little mouthful of text. I saw the text font got smaller, and like, oh, that's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be a paragraph. At least it didn't stretch like all the way down. I honestly thought he was gonna keep going. I don't know, something about the way Marceau puts it sounds worse. Don't worry, it is not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps? Thanks to Olympus Company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel Massas and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they're waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack? Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as their reinforcements are probably more sea-terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Olympus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Amia and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Calta and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated location. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them. Especially here. The hallway is narrow, long, and straight. So, makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure it's not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see. But on closer look, looks like Commanding Officer Otis has finally found her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the sinners earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept in making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. Not true. Sorry, if you met the person behind the screen, I am certainly not the one qualified to be the optimal Dante. Or Doctor, for that matter. More of a sub-optimal Doctor, but definitely not an optimal Dante. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations. And even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that's what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished their discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive. Far beyond my expectations. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to the days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If you're strategized, it's done. Let's get cracking. What of to you, Miss Mayers. If it's too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us.
I decided to stay here anyway. The doctor's going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you.
I will.
Hey, Gramps?
Is there something you would like for us to do?
It's nothing.
If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down...
Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Mayor sure is helpful. I wonder why she's going this far for us. Like, against her family. Unless she's adopted. In which case she has her own reason. Like something of that type of story. Who knows? Leaving Mayers behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhodes Island team into the bridge. The bridge was gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile.
Welcome.
I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us?
Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believe that we had sought to harm you, then how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Miedo? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, do not now. Huh? Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards? You want us to believe that? Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas and those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea. Become one with the endless cycle of life. And one day your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctor seemed to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amia stood opposite Fabius.
Incoming! Get ready, everyone!
Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices and up to the absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. The Rhodes Island operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is, trust me, to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out.
Yeah, like, I guess in contrast, playing Arknights, you're on the defense, but you can also be offensive. But in Limbus Company's case, it is very much on the front line. Okay, I would love to deal with the flower, but I think as long as we're not targeting it right away, it should be fine to take out the small guy first.
전격발.
Have a good day, creature.
외우피의 적법한 무력 행사다.
nobody's targeting the flower. That's fine.
해체 어감 진행하겠습니다.
The flower can hang tight. Alright, deal with these others first.
이것밖에 못하나.
Nobody target the flower. Nobody target the flower. It's fine. Doing fine.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Just need to attack normally for a few turns so I can build up some ego resources. Should be fine. Ow, ow, ow.
걷잡을 수 없이 타올라라.
Uh-oh, the flower's awake. That doesn't look too good.
받아볼 텐가.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
The waves crashing in the background is kind of a cool effect.
이것밖에 못하나.
불타버렸나?
Ow, ow, ow.
이번에야말로
We only have
이 싸움을
14 enemies.
끝내주겠어.
I'm pretty Big Boss is probably one of them. Right, you're targeting... Of course you are. Targeting, my stagger unit.
해체 어감 진행하겠습니다.
남길 말은 없겠지.
Come on. Kick his ass. Die! 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 Ow. Goodbye, Heath.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
Okay. Flowers on stagger and sorry, who it's Heathcliff. Heathcliff is broken. Lovely. He is targeting he is solely targeting my... Yeah, he is solely targeting allies. He's not targeting anybody useful. Real fun stuff.
단번에 끝낸다.
Another one down. This one maybe? Okay, yeah. Another one down, 2 down. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, okay, so he is attacking one enemy, but that's still ow, ow, ow. I hate it when he attacks my allies.
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 뼈 조각 하나 남지 않도록.
That's good damage.
불타버렸나?
받아볼 텐가.
Okay. Maybe there wasn't any other lingering threats here. Because there's only 14 enemies versus the 25 from before. So, yeah, I guess it's doing a lot better here. 25 enemies is a lot, to be honest. Okay, you should die this coming turn. You should die this turn. Should.
완벽한 한방을 위해.
Okay. I guess round 2. And we have the big guy now. 8 enemies. So this should be it.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
I'm still worried about what the boss stage is gonna look like.
완벽한 한방을 위해.
Trust everything is fine for now.
왼발 장전.
Otis is practically still alive. That's cool.
지금이라도 말 들어.
Can't stagger on most of these people. Burn, people burn.
4 bullets. This should be effective.
단번에 끝낸다.
내게 자비를 구하지 마라. 내 앞에는 무엇도 남지 않을 테니.
아른거리는 불길 속으로.
There goes Faust. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Okay, Otis now has like her maximum amount of bullets. I don't think I've ever seen the 7th one. Like, if I've seen it, then I've only seen it like maybe once. I'll be lucky if I actually get to see Otis do it. It doesn't look like any of the enemies are actually targeting her, so I should be able to see her ego pop off. Should be cool.
단번에 끝낸다.
Get to watch her 7th bullet. It should be effective.
결투.
Should be very effective.
남길 말은 없겠지.
외우 피해 적법한 무력 행사다.
That's right. Break that shield.
끝내 다음 시계.
Oh, Otis didn't pop off. Okay, hopefully you pop up now.
조심하랬지?
Come on, Otis, I want to see your 7th bullet.
이 결투.
Yay! And it's on the boss too.
다시 절망했다. 다만이 향할 곳은 정해져 있지.
Okay. Oh, that sacrificed to Otis. Okay.
테지.
You know what? That's fine. She was low health anyways. It was to be expected. That did a lot of damage for her. Sure. Yeah, boy, he's almost done. You're almost done, though. We can do it.
화격검.
The outlook of these stages are looking a lot brighter than the one that I had to retry 3 times.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
Get that 50 stack of shield on him again. Yeah, I think if anything, I should be able to knock him out easy.
하나, 둘. 지면이 울릴 때마다 네 업을 떠올려라. 이번에야말로
Alright, yeah,
이
this will be the
싸움을
last turn.
끝내주겠어.
Because he has more than enough burn for him to, like, just die himself and not, without me doing anything.
화격검.
This is your last turn, old man. Ow, ow, ow.
집행을 벌써
Yeah, this
나가라고
is, even though that was kind of ow, and that killed like half of the squad there.
그러지 않나.
Again, I didn't really matter because he had more than enough burn to kill himself. Thank God. They're pretty persistent. Fabius bleeds again, using terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The sea terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners and Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't try to run to live. A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mayors? Mayors appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. Oh god, please don't tell me you're the final boss. She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. It will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it is time. Devour me. Oh god, Mayor's just the final boss. No, why? It's always the nicest ones that turn tail. Like, why? What Fabius blurted out threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from shock of realizing Mayor's true allegiance. Eat people? Oh, looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I heard it's a pretty common thing in District 23 Backstreet, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker Seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. The time is here. Devour me. Set sail towards your ideal. Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on the ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a Seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a Seaborn. So now is not yet the time. If that is your will, oh Bishop. Oh god. Don't worry. Your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Mayors waved her hand, and the sea terrors climbed up to the vessel from the ship and began tearing Fabius to pieces. Great. Despite it being the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated. Nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkled his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from this scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayors. Kelsey, is she... Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore did young Mayors? It wasn't Fabius. Mayors was the Bishop of the Deep. That's crazy. She's played a real double agent here.
관리자님이 명하는 것이라면
Yeah, so she's
탄원은
100%
어디든
going to
무엇이든
be boss.
누구든 관통해냅니다. 설령 사랑하는
We have
사람일지라도.
store portion. Okay. How could such an innocent face be so evil? They've played us. Don't despair. We still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Acre, just what are you thinking this entire time you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at that far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than a deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. Huh? Well, because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mayors, and now you're gonna... Boy, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that the geezer was, ain't you? Ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins? That it was all for our sake? Giving all kind of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters? I do hope that you would one day accept becoming seaborns. But I'm not about to demand that you let yourself be transformed today, right here, now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing us upon us should we refuse? That's correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? While I was taken aback by the fact that Mayors was a bishop of the deep, it was also true that Mayors had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius, who attacked the sinners directly. Well, she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us. It's also true that Mayors has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done as that terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What's your actual relationship to Fabius anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now, so they're not related. I was pretty taken aback too when they attacked you back in the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Bouch and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool. So you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you. This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. Oh no, she's coming to take over a world! Don't tell me. You're going to invade the city alongside these monsters then? Then the foghorn suddenly flared, and the ship shook and began to move. Vessel Mossad has begun to move. Is this an automated sailing program? The vessel Mossad will now sail towards the dimensional door. I'll lay Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us to not worry? Faust, please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light, and the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer.
why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborn pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far even if they were to enter the city. Don't you agree? In Hongyuan, we've all seen what happens when sapient, sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Olympus Company responsible once the dust settles. Yet it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Calm Massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? Urban nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become the star of the city-level threat. There is a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Imperius Civitatis classification? Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. The Countess shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Originium arts nor any of its derived technology. And that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. It is because they learn fast? Yes. Those on the front line of the war against Seaborns stubbornly stick to using traditional, low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then, can't we just let whatever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these? Do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust. Even if they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternate perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. The situation will rapidly grow out of control if factory syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designate a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well, before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, Mayors? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns. What are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that?
Mayor, you know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Because someone showered the city with the light.
The light?
The beam of light from the White Knights and the Dark Days incident. How do you... Could it be? Becoming a Seaborn is to become part of a great will we call We Many. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone had beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of self as they become Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes. But the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them towards that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible, it just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves.
Then why is it that you advocate towards those of the city to join the Seaborns, when one could simply learn more of the life before returning here?
At first I thought all I needed was the clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventures changed my mind. My adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are. And how would you, when you were born into that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life,
and their absolute, unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it do mean that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me. Something that feels alien to me. Something I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural, because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayers, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected. But what came of it? Peace? No, it's the same. But still, we're all still getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small, incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time. And should it continue, I believe your effort can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity towards a brighter future. But what about everyone who is sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased. They're so sick that even in their far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every Aegir returns to sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them Aegers. Even when Erypathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others, with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborns. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress towards a better future, built from mutual understanding. Because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground, instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells. A strange shaped form shimmers and materializes before Mayers. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round and it looked like a tool. Is it possible that she had already met the condition to effleurse? A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Miss Mayers? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influences coming over from the city? Precisely. The connection to Faust returning to normal level seems to indicate that. But wait, can people in the other world, Mayers, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to effloresce an ego implies the potential to distort as well. Oh no. So she's getting an ego, but it's going to corrupt her. She's immediately going to corrupt. Oh no. Well, now I feel bad for her. You've been dreaming for a long time, Bears. Drawing your own picture of an idealized world. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path towards towards that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffability, overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is this something Limbus Company has experience with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. She is hearing that voice. When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop, and their ironclad will is shattered, people of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would ought to behave as though they are engaged in a conversation, of course. The same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first, I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep. So calm, so warm. Yet, no, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. The sunshine? You don't share your interest with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth, ephemeral it may be. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival. It's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee, then the light can indeed protect the sense of self. It'll be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think of mayors. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable brittle will continue to suffer. That may be true, but it's okay. You don't have to tie the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you lead the people of the city, and then Terra. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators, to positions. Operators unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange field, Doctor. Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too, all the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, You don't believe in any course, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? You're right. If there is no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. Oh my god. Mayor, the yearning flotsam. Oh my. Ooh, she corroded into something interesting. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city. But we still know so little about the Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words, Mayor slowly turned in my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales. I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends. But that is not enough. I don't think they'll change. No, they will. In the far, far future, an incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Mayors. Past the light, we saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves. The immense golden brilliance. A portal? Where did it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCD department's specialty begins. While what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhode Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Kelsey? We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhode Island accepts Limbus Company's cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberia's business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Yippee! I love you, Irene! Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of the Fathoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty here. You'll be staying behind then? Amia will go with you, Doctor. Following Mayors, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. Ooh, that means the dungeon is here. Ooh, I've made it to the end. Here it is, the dungeon. Okay, here we go.
벌써 화끈하네.
News of war is getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day when the ocean-borne calamity broke and sunk Ager's seemingly infinite starward growth. Aren't you going to the surface, Mayors? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Ager. I'm not. If Ager fails, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? Do you think you'll head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. Well, there weren't that many. People around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Ager, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help him. How could I not, after hearing that such a terrible thing has happened? I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously? The surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least, I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help, as someone who is better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for land dwellers. Maybe that danger is the very thing that'll hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself an Agarian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to the land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. A bottomless hostility against the Ager. They denied my and Ager's offer for help, for the sole reason that I came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research. Get lost! We don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place as that calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid we trust you? They confiscated my catalyst and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same calamity. Hey, Nugget! Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters? Or was it always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from Ager was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on the side, Rebellion de la Masas. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so much, but so many trials and errors to somehow impede the sea terror's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Nethersea brand. But my work bore barely any fruit, and I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Ager one by one. When my sea terror samples and research notes came into view, they all looked completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. And for the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. Her tales were not entirely fabrications. Mayers is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea.
Mayors, I concede that Seaborns may not be evil. But it doesn't matter what they are, whether they are kindly life forms or whether they are simply a different form of civilization. It doesn't matter. Because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define Seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy. Threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that it's a good thing for us to toss our problem into another world? That'd be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of the city, give you permission. As an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. Yeah, don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want, but Mayors, your course isn't exactly the direction I'd sail in. I'd like to sail in. As the rest of the sinners prepare for battle in silent agreement with Ishmael's stand, Mayors mutters with genuine disappointment. I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe before the sea terrors crashing into us. But this is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color, and no one else's. Manager Dante, right? Do speak. We will hold the line and defend this place against sea terrors rushing in from the rear. So in the meantime, can you take down Mayors and deal with the remaining sea terrors? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. All operators will be drawing the sea terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down. We just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Olympus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well. As for Amia, please assist Olympus Company, just in case. Okay then, let the mission begin! To the dungeon we go! I wonder what relics I can pick up. Oh, it's an actual layered mirror dungeon. Oh, even the boss icon is the Arknights theme. That's cool. No matter which path we take, we have to fight at least one emergency. It looks like it actually doesn't matter what path we take at all, because it looks like it's the same like amount of encounters and fights. So I guess I'll start from the center.
제가 앞에 서죠.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
해체 억압 진행하겠습니다.
Alright, let's do this. Got this.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。効果的な攻撃。
Honestly, as soon as I'm able to finish the entirety of all the story and stuff, and I hope the dungeon is easy enough for me to do without retrying multiple times, then I will give myself a proper lunch.
꿰뚫은 줄도 모를걸.
그렇게 서 있으니 목이 부러졌어.
본인의 승리일세.
敵は深手を負っています。
해체 어감 진행하겠습니다.
タンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
떨어지가 된 놈들.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
Mission accomplished.
Well, that was fast. We come across a cavern full of sunken ship remains and golden treasures that have washed up inside. There are all kinds of unfamiliar sculptures and twinkling golden coins. There's a whole pile of treasures here. Hey, the records here say that this used to be a ship that sailed all across Terra. It must be a ship built for conquest, built during the golden age of Iberia. Look, it even says here that this is a golden chalice made in Sargon. Combine an armada of tail, proud sails, unparalleled technological innovation, and a certain king's greed, and you get this. It's the kind of glory we can barely hope to retrieve now. These items would be extremely valuable outside, but none of them seem very helpful for the situation at hand. Should we continue to look, just in case? I'd say keep looking. We might be able to find a relic. Gluttony and Gloom. Ooh, I have to win this coin flip. Yes, thank you. Cinder Sinclair picked out a golden compass from inside a weathered bag. The inscription on the compass indicates that it is an artifact created during the era of grand expeditions. How is this artifact still so intact? This place is only a bridge, made of items pulled from the group unconscious that are most appropriate for the fathoms. It may truly exist, but it may not be reality. Irene stares at the compass for a moment, tempted, before turning around, having accepted the fact that it probably isn't a real artifact. Okay. It's still an artifact for me. Eagle gift.
여러분을 위한 일이었어요.
When using a plus coin skill, heal 5 SP. When using a minus coin skill, lose 5 SP. Each unit SP cannot drop below. At the start a turn, at max SP or at like, okay, power up and to protection. Okay, that's something.
끌어넘칠 시간이군요.
Ark-Limbusカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
조여 목구를 달궈볼까?
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
걷잡을 수 없이 타오르는 해체
効果的
소각되었습니다.
な攻撃でした。ドクターのように優れた指揮ですね。
이것밖에 못하나.
敵は
이번에야말로
深手を負っています。
이 싸움을 끝내주겠어.
대체 어각 진행하겠습니다. 괜히 저항하지 말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸? 소각되었습니다.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
No flowers. As long as there's no flowers, I don't feel too
달궈볼까?
threatened.
이 경점 속에서 타올라라.
어? 敵は深手を負っています。
받아볼 텐가.
나갈 수 없어.
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。私もまた一つ学ばせていただ
괜히
きま
저항하지
した。
말고 받아들여. 그게 덜 아플걸?
전격발.
더러지 같은 놈들.
안심이다. 고통 없어.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
11 of 18 enemies.
대체 어각
Getting there.
진행하겠습니다. 괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
남길 말은 없겠지.
소각되었습니다.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
언제까지 버티나 보자고. 불타버렸나?
敵は深手を負っています。
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나.
Yep, so far so
그럼에도
good.
멈추고 싶지 않아.
더러지 같은 놈들.
勝ちに行きましょう。
One left.
단번에 끝낸다.
본인의 승리일세.
Mission accomplished.
Alright, now we have the emergency stage.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
단번에 끝낸다.
일발 장전.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
상태 붕괴 확인.
Uh-oh, here we go. We got a flower now. Like 20 enemies total. Okay, nobody target the flower. Nobody target the flower. Not yet.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
Damn, you almost got it.
단번에 끝낸다.
이래서 걱정만 끼치게 되는 꼴인데.
괜찮아. 이젠 안 아플 거야.
일발 장전. 안심이야. 고통은 없어.
敵は深手を負っています。
Okay, flower's awake. Bounce is about to explode. Time to take the initiative.
완벽한 한 발을.
이 결투.
내 탄환이 향하는 곳은 언제나 같다. 필연적 조금의 우연도 없이.
多数討伐確認。
Faust isn't dead yet. Amazing. Ow, ow, ow. Screw you.
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。管理人。
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
Okay, Faust, I hope you live long enough to activate your ego. Rodion might not be able to, but I hope you do, Faust.
망설이지 말고.
Okay, good, we're alive.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Oh, there she goes.
이번에야
囚人が退却できません
이
でした。
싸움을
Oh, it's bound to
끝내주겠어.
happen.
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
조여목구를 달고 볼까? 어? 본인의 승리일세.
다소 즐겁군.
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 뼈 조각 하나 남지 않도록.
리mbusカンパニーの戦闘。私もまた一つ学ばせていただきダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
Die. Flower down. Now I feel better.
조여목구를 달고 볼까?
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내 뼈 조각 하나 남지 않도록.
Honestly, this has to be my favorite evo. I just love the ducks. Not to mention his bird, so heck yeah.
敵は深手を負っています。
More burn.
단번에 끝낸다.
We're almost there. This challenge stage is nothing.
전력으로 상대하라.
매달고 불태우거라. 끝끝내
I'm surprised
뼈 조각 하나 남지
she
않도록.
hasn't corroded yet.
優勢です。
Alright.
こそ勝機をつかむと
The winning turn.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
Easy peasy. There's a long line of people waiting outside a rundown building. Inside, people in hoods are distributing something to the visitors. I thank the ocean's blessings. No. No, we only wish to help you sate your hunger, even a little. We haven't seen you around here. Clearly you've traveled far to get here. Welcome, welcome. Sorry everyone, please understand, they're new here. People in hoods dragged us inside. It's not much, but this should hopefully be able to sate your hunger. Dried fish, huh? Amia and Irene call them fin beast. I should let other people have it first, cause this is what we've been doing. We haven't actually eaten any of the food that the other C1 have given us. They began to shovel in the food as though they'd missed more than a few meals. Unless they slow down, there's no way to make themselves sick. Without any reason to stay, we left the building. I felt a little prick on the back of my head, as though the hooded people were staring at us as we walked away, but we managed to quicken our pace and disappear. Nothing happened. I don't know if that food would have given us an artifact, but I feel like it would have been bad. At the center of what appears to be an arc symbolizing the city, at the center of that brilliant golden light must be Mayors. Let's take a quick break here. Are you alright, Doctor? I just need to take a quick breather. You should probably work on your cardio, or Miss Amia might have to piggyback you around. Yeah, well, once we get back, I'll start working out like Countess suggested. Executive Manager, if it ever comes to it, you may trust me with the piggybacking. I'm good. Perhaps being in close proximity to Mayor's vision of Utopia at the center of the light did something. Seaborn's mirrors only gave us a passing glance without attacking us. Something about the way they looked at us felt like they were concerned about us. The sinners couldn't help but look away with a funny feeling. I feel sorrow, regret. Maybe these feelings are denials for all those times she spent agonizing over this. Can we really bring back Miss Mayors? We'll help her return. That's what we're here to do after all. Alright, let's rest up for a bit before moving on. After taking enough rest, we continue on toward the refracted light. Yay, everybody back to max. And here we go. Time for the battle. Rodian, I mean, I have been using her, her ego quite, I used it like 3 times. So yeah, she's in pretty deep negative sanity right there. I'll let her have a break.
제가 앞에 서죠.
Alright, boss fight. Mayor's despair. The repulsiveness of people's ill intent. And the faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amia's fathoms, then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too. But the tides that Miss Mayors is trying to summon to douse it will devour humanity, their civilization, and the city they come from. So I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse. This isn't the time This isn't like the time I retrieved the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Strange power courses through me before radiating towards the sinners. All sinners gain an emotional connection for the duration of the encounter. What's that?
囚人の皆さんの状態に
Emotional connection.
何か変化が。
Oh, cool. So it'll speed up our ego resources. And then something at the end here. Oh, okay. So you gain more when using the collaboration egos. Gotcha. Gotcha.
언제까지 버티나 보자고. 눈부시지 않도록 두려워하지 마.
외우 피해
探査さんの
적법한 무력
作戦
행사다.
とても効果的でした。リンバスカンパニーの皆
Oh,
さんと
here
ご
comes
一緒
the
できて
allies, and we have a flower. Lovely. I love flowers. Okay, no one's particularly targeting the flower, which is good. Milnar kinda is.
받아볼 텐가.
Well, give it a shot.
いい결정.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
이빨에지 않을 텐가.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
Now the flower's awake. Ow. Ow.
.効果的な攻撃でした。
Uh-oh. Okay. The boss already has 18 burn on them.
このままいけば敵を食い止められます。
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
이빨에지 않을 텐가.
もっと効果的な方法が。
I'm forgetting which of the two. I think, okay, it should be, it was Gregor and Count Sid, I believe, that had burn attached to them. Honglu was poised, and then Gotti is thinking.
전격발.
So yeah, Gregor's doing some good work.
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 그래 그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나고 피어나라.
敵は深手を負っています。
완벽한 한 발을 위해
이빨이지 않을 테니.
Just gonna keep slashing with Donar until Gregor needs some sanity recovery. Which is probably gonna be soon. I don't want to push him to corrosion. Ow, ow, ow.
괜찮아. 상처는 지렸으니까.
하나, 둘. 지면이 울릴 때마다 네 업을 떠올려.
Huh. I've just come to a revelation that holding the screen actually speeds up the battle. Huh. Otis currently has 3 bullets. That's not too bad.
순식간에 끝내죠.
여기까지 쏜 이상 돌아갈 수 없는 거다. 강화살이 담겨 도착할 곳이 지옥뿐이라 해.
Ow.
피로부터 피어오르는 아름다운 꽃이 난 기꺼 그를 무시하리라.
I gotta deal with that flower. That flower is gonna wreak havoc on me if I'm not careful.
조심하랬지?
어머, 이 명예는 이 영광은
Oh, that's some damage. But then only one of the coins is positive. Damn.
これがリンバスカンパニーの
왼발
戦闘
장전.
また一つ学ばせていただきました。
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
Thank you for the stretch and hydrate mask.
방해꾼 하나가 사라졌고
敵は深手を負っています。
Okay. This boss is still refusing to go down without a fight. Oh, this has 5 bullets.
조심하랬지?
단격발.
Just gotta knock him down, one at a time.
흐드러지게 타오르시게.
That damn flower, though. I will not rest until that flower is gone.
흔들리는 일 따위 없이 가라앉는 모든 것을 침몰시키고 지평선을 따른다.
Someone staggered. Oh. Phase change? Oh god. Did you just reset the battle? What the heck did you do? Oh no. I don't like that at all. You've aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi. Is this a characteristic of your subrace? You haven't aged a day. She is older than him, damn. So what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaborns are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing, I mean nothing else, can ensure survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who are able and willing to become Seaborns, to search for a way to prolong our existences. You're looking to use knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for Seaborns. But that won't do anything more than prolong our existences.
But is survival alone not enough? I thought a bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me.
Fabi, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborn. But the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborn shouldn't be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal ground as them and set our eyes on their natures. Please step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Mayor's emotions gush upward, carried by bubbles. Terra, a land in which the hatred for the different has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people crushed by the trials of life have surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborns, perfected beneath the light. That is but your wish, Miss Mayers. Faust does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth, value, in that process alone, in the lives we lead within the city. Thank you for the passive, Neggy.
what worth could there be to a life full of the unkind? The kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another. Listen, efficient order, natural altruism. They're both virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilizations, which means that it should never be up to others to define the word of life, to argue for it. But what if there is no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed and I made Farumiato my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabian seemed to be content just observing their slow development. Maybe it's because they're directionless without a specific wish. Even still, Seaborns were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the Seaborn's blind, selfless altruism towards their own. So while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved. If we were to lose even our sense of selves and creed, assimilated into this stagnating great will, for the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack of my confidence that Seaborns were the answer to the problem Iberia, the land, and humanity faced. And through the cracks, the seeds of doubt were sown. But I'd already come too far a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way. Some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the inundation of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding onto this precious hope, and steeled my shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies in front of me. All I need to do is find a way for Seaborns to hope and wish, to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself, like a mantra, again and again. My drifting days came to an end when I found a new path, illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, the day when the faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voices? What? The answer, sought through the eons by people I didn't recognize, played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke was muffled but warm and beautiful. The light of the city? The hearts that were lost, the emotions that were forgotten, the sense of self that... No, that's enough of that. But I'd like to hear more about the light. The light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Terra, the city, they've both failed to find a way out of this riddle. If they're going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then you can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Survival, worth of life. As I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas, I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her that not to say that the city has no need of the altruistic nature Mayor wants to bring there. That's not to say that I have a better answer than the combination of Seaborn and the light. Even still, the emotions, the regrets, the conversations I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinner become my answer, and I tick on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners and our adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right. The city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day, but Mayor, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways, the path that lies ahead and the one that you've walked. Then you can confront them both. That can't be right. The light, it has to. You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light, isn't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the Seaborn sense of selves? Ain't that just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinct possibility. Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Mayor, it won't change anything. Turning our natures kind by transforming us into Seaborn? A convenient method like that isn't our path. Because the sense of self protected like that, the kind of nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own. It'd be yours, Mayor. Protecting your own sense of self while being compassionate and kind. It's a path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days, despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Verily, not one of us, as we are now, may see the culmination of that path. Yet, I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in thy hands without so much as trying. You're saying that Seaborns can't be the answer I've always sought. It doesn't make much sense if you think about it, Mayors. Those sea monsters don't even know what self means. That's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If you were to introduce the sense of self to those sea monsters, that selflessness you want will be no more. She's a Seaborn-shaped distortion, who is not a Seaborn, and endlessly anguished contemplating distortion. If Mayor's wish is to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example, Fabian's. It seems clear to me that was precisely his wish. But that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mayors. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again in search of that new answer. You won't be alone on that path. Walk it together, relying on one another, and it won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mayors, it's such a prideful thing to do. Okay, phase 2. I hope I can survive the rest of my operators. Really? Oh boy. Oh my god, it does say. That's better.
순식간에 끝내줘.
Gonna have to go all out on egos to counter this.
빌어보세! 이 돌이 기꺼이 그대에게 가서 맡기를!
Oh man, she's got a huge back. She's got a huge layer of shield.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
자, 이쪽입니다.
$85 burn already, but it's only there for 2 turns, so I gotta like extend the duration.
다소 즐겁군.
Sheesh! The tides carry away the windows to Mayor's Path, soon to boundaries and beyond vision. It's almost as if Mayor's in the dungeon of the Fathom. No, the ocean itself is fusing into one. A majority of distortions encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there is nothing preventing a distortion form from breaking the boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual's desires. If her distortion is allowed to evaporate undeterred, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. As we were taking some time to catch our breaths, a few small machines tumbled to the ground, shot from one of the trembling fathoms. It must be those mysterious machines in Mayor's home we saw when we peered into our memories. The machines continued to roar loudly as though the waves broke them. We saw that there were various apparatus attached to the sockets in their sides. Expensive they appear, yet how numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe she's similar to one of those fixer fellas who were always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge workshop tech. Huh, it's a little handy down here. This is an oddly similar structure to the hand of the Saint, the Inquisitor brought. Then, shall this fantastically wonderful machine be an assistance in our battles? Rhodes Island already seems to have their hands full holding against the tide of sea terrors. We should probably take just one and leave the rest to help them out. After a quick discussion with the sinner, we decided to take just one of the machines. Oh my gosh. Power boost, gain an effect that counteracts the Nether Sea brand influence of sinner, gain safeguarding effects against stagger, enhance the effect of hand of the saint, gain max P and HP healing boost. I think I need survivability, but I also do want... Which one would be better for the long run? Oh my gosh, it's a Nuck! Welcome in! Hi, Nuck! I'm trying to decide which buff I want to pick up. I'm not sure which one would be the best in the long run. The event... I'm actually not doing that bad. I did struggle a little bit in the middle, but it hasn't been that bad. The bottom's the best. The power boost. I mean, I guess if I want to kill her faster. But I also kind of want survivability, because, I think my sinners are suffering. I guess I can see what comes with the power boost. I don't really understand how it works. That sure sounds helpful. Little handy, external upgrade module for the duration of this encounter. Hey, Yuki.
ペンバスカンパニーの皆さん、
So
こ
for
の
the
勢い
duration
に乗
of
っ
the
て勝ち
encounter.
に行きましょう。
Where's the little handy for 3 turns after gaining this effect, gain 2 power up, 2 damage up at the start of each turn, substituting units in return. Okay.
can only hope. I can only hope.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
She's got a pretty hefty shield on her.
바라는 것이 절망이었다.
Otis is on the 7th bullet. That's cool.
정해져 있다.
Oh, that means Otis is self-sacrificing. Oopsie! 425 damage. Pretty good. But also, goodbye, Otis. Sorry.
계략은 이것을 갖지 않을 테지.
Okay, this looks like the big hitter for Milnar.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은
3.
이빨이지.
Someone was in this fight for 3 hours? Oh god. Well, it seems like I'm doing okay. I know I've been streaming for 5 hours. I see my clock time. But I have also been taking the time to carefully read everything, so it's not just my gameplay piled on top of that 5 hours. Oh, goodbye, Gregor. Uh-oh. Ow. Well,
ダン
found
テさん
then.
には囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Okay, so it looks like I got rid of her shield, which is nice. And she's on stagger, which is also very good. So I can try and go for a hard hitter.
조심하랬지?
Okay, let's see how much damage this does.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
Looking good. Not to mention the 99 stack of birds. Beautiful. I wonder if this is enough to knock her out, unless she has another
지면이
phase.
울릴 때마다 네 업을 떠올려라.
I feel like there has to be another phase.
흐드러지게
No, this will be the last hit.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Pretty good. Nope, that's it. We're done. Okay. Amazing. I did it. Yay! I survived! When doing the fight, they didn't have didn't have crazy damaging IDs, and they didn't take the damage buff, so the shield could take a few turns to break. If the boss recovers from stagger, they get all the shield back. Oh, I see. So it's like if you don't break through the shield, fast enough or hard enough, then it just stays. Okay, I see. I can see how that could prolong the fight. But yay! Burn, my beloved! It's true that people scrutinize others for differences to find something they can hate. But it's also true that it is often those very differences that people look up to. And admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation.
Yes, and Miss Mayers admired those two unknowns, Seaborns and the light. She thought they would be a solution to everything. Mayers, do you still want to go to the city? No. I'll remain here in Terra. I'll broaden my studies and I'll talk more. To find a new path toward realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, Miss Mayers, we're going to need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but we'll help too. We'll help you in your search for that path, if we can. The great arc built from the city crumbles. Light fades and gives way to shadows. And we found ourselves back aboard the vessel Massus. Battle complete. Vessel Massus is slowing down. How's Miss Mayers? Here, unconscious. The mental strain seems to have taken its toll. It all happened inside the dungeon of the Fathoms, but it can't have been too easy on her mind to send so many waves after us. What'll happen to Miss Mayers now? First, we'll wait for the Inquisition ruling, then bring her to Rhodes Island. Her efforts were misguided, but she also had Terra's best interests at heart. Together, I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward. What if he's sentenced to death? Then we will need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when we get to it, Doctor. It's finally over. All we have to do is go back. As we were preparing to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier. Hold on, everyone. Something rapidly approaching us. Uh-oh. Is it the night? A low, thrumming roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Where did this shade come from? Wait, is that? Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs into the control room. Something must have clicked in Otis's head as she also turned and ran after Ishmael. If those two are running into the bridge... Brace! Grab onto something! Oh, bollocks, mucking it up right before the finish line. Doctor, Dante has advised that we grab onto something. I see, they're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone, brace for impact. Stay alert, something's coming. The ship leaned heavily as it hurriedly turned port side, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the water's surface, right where the ship was a second ago. It's a seaborn, about the size of... no, slightly larger than the vessel Massus. Amia's communicator buzzes with Ishmael's voice. The currents are going wild. Wait, no, something's causing these currents to go wild. We'll try our best to maintain evasive maneuvers for as long as possible, but we can't do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take the vessel Massus to cross the dimensional door. Does Rhodes Island have a way out of this quandary? Not at this moment, but we have to come up with one now, and fast. Seaborn mentioned, yes, I know you are a Seaborn fan. You and the Abyssal Hunters. Dante, does anything come to mind? We should first figure out why that Seaborn's coming after us. Copy that. I'll focus on steering the ship, so keep us updated. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the Seaborn as it swims by. We can't just take the whole ship across the dimensional door. We're not the only ones on it. But the sea is too wild to simply turn around and let the others leave. It's almost like it's obsessed with the ship. Just why could it possibly be coming after the ship all of a sudden? Could it be that Fabius's order... It's coming after me. Well, hello, Scotty. Scotty, you... Yes, I'm their enemy, an Abyssal Hunter. As though to prove it, the giant beast began to charge against the bow of the ship the moment Scotty repositioned herself there. Just what are the Abyssal Hunters? Why are they so gung-ho about trying to kill you? Abyssal Hunters are those who hunt sea terrors and seaborns. Of course, this isn't based on any emotion such as vengeance or resentment. It's Scotty's... well, that's not important right now.
What matters is that they're solely targeting Scotty. Operators of Rhodes Island are heavily fatigued at the moment from their long defense against the waves in the dungeon of the Fathoms. The same could be said of us and Miss Anya, who battled mayors in the meantime. To engage in Seabourn in this particular circumstance is... Oh? Something shakes the vessel muscles once again. What's this now? There's more? There are indeed multiple entities surrounding our ship. However, a violent, destructive sound crashing through the waves toward the vessel muscles. Past the sudden wall of mist there was. We're lucky. Or was this simply how it's supposed to go? It's Charbla. Hello, Knight. Is he here? He's here to help us. Yeah, actually, that giant whale is what he's fighting in the end of ending 2, isn't it? Does that make the Knight an Abyssal Hunter? I wonder. Unfortunately not. Damn. Would be. I bet Spade would love to have like another like male entity. The Knight would be a perfect candidate. Abyssal Hunters are based on how they are created, not what they do. Interesting. Sir Knight! 2 Seaborns. It's going to be fine, Mr. Inquisitor. If he's the same Knight we fought earlier, I doubt he'll be able to stop himself from charging at that giant of a sea monster. Like Honglu said, the Knight charged straight at the giant rough wave, at the great Seaborn, as though they hardly noticed our presence. If we could help the Knight repel that Seaborn, we just might have a shot at sending Limbus Company back through the dimensional door, and escaping aboard the vessel Masas ourselves. Can everyone still move? I'm almost at my limit, but I can still move. I've got a plan, and I'd like for everyone to trust me on this. Things weren't so bad outside after you entered the portal. Now's the time for the hunter to get to work. The bright ray of light from Irene's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Scotty leaps tall into the air, using the ship's bow as her launching pad. The operators each scatter to their appropriate positions as commanded by the doctor. Ishmael and Otis both exited to the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. Is it okay to have you two out here? This Cal Sid seemed to know enough about seafaring to take over. While this crisis is far from over, she was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and descend to the decks for our return. It doesn't seem like we're all able to bid you goodbye. Are you sure you're all going to be okay? We can stay a little longer and help. I appreciate the sentiment, I really do, but... Anya pointed toward the dimensional door, which had shrunk significantly smaller since the first time we saw it. You don't have much time. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time, or what if it's closing now because our work here is done? There was precious little we could learn about it now, but it's obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Anya. We would have been lost for a while in this world if it weren't for Rhodes Island's help. Well, thanks to you, we should be able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we return. Time to say goodbye to the Iberian sea breeze, I guess. Do you have any idea how big the pile of paperwork is going to be at the Inquisition? Merida, try not to drop into Iberian next time. Got that? Haha, sure. Let's all stay nicely put in our own words. In our own worlds.
As the great seaboard briefly falters at the combined might of Scotty and the Knight, the ship's bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. It's ending 2 all over again. Manager, now's your chance. Get to the dimensional door. Someday, I hope we can meet again. Wait, they have reserve operators. The reserve operators are here. Like, no, nothing specific. You have Scotty, and then you have, Mayor's just next to Scotty, it looks like. No, sorry, Mayor's just next to Irene. Irene's holding the lantern right there, sorry. But we have, reserve... Looks like reserve Vanguard, reserve... What, 2 types of reserve Vanguard? I think there were 2 types, because there's like the female one and then there's the male one. I think it looks like there's a reserve caster. That's cool. Let's return to the city. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield, terrible roars contending with one another. After taking one final look at Rhode Island and bending the vessel, Massas, we leaped into the pitch-black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. I'm swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, sublimating them away. Then, welcome back to an all more familiar port. Where is this Nyahao? I look around to see the sinners strewn about the room, dozing off. I see Heathcliff crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the walls? A bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss crawled up my spine. You have come too. Now that you have come to, I request that you continue your rest in the chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to conduct cleaning activities in areas adjacent to your body. Huh? What? We just came through the dimensional door after Rhode Island... Rhodes. You were transferred here after the LCCA discovered your company unconscious at the entrance of a lobotomy corp branch. I feel like I went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. There was a hole in my memory, and a strange emotional tug in my heart, an echo I don't ever recall extracting. Nom. Rokinante, prithee, avail me for but 5 more minutes of scheduling wooden training dummies to wake you in 5 minutes. But the bizarre sensation naturally settles. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions, but... Wait, where's Sod? She said something about how there's been a delay or something. I couldn't find Sod, who'd been bringing us odd jobs here and there during our stay, anywhere in Nyahao. But on the desk, I did find a note filled with various requests and a letter both presumably left behind by Sod. We've got a distortion contract. Come on, time to earn your keep. You weren't going to lounge around until we got a message from HQ, right? Are they allergic to giving us time off or something? In that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memories, before sinking again. There's no such thing as absolute when it comes to the value of life. Which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. The worth of life. I don't quite recall who said that, or even where I heard it from. Honestly, I don't even understand what it means. You can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, even still, some of those words left a lingering impression on my heart. You have to keep walking. Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began walking up to the sinners one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys. Time to get to work. The sinners each began waking up, some of them looking around to get their bearings, like they were just pulled out of a long dream.
It was all a dream. I'd say that was a pretty cool dream.
관리자님이 명하는 것이라면 탄환은 어디든 무엇이든 누구든 관통해냅니다. 설령
Nice.
사랑하는 사람일지라도.
Yay, I finished it. And I did it all by myself. Yippee! With a little bit of struggle, but what a bad cup of coffee does to someone. Was there someone in, was there a character in Limbus's, like, staff of sinners that's just, like, really bad at making coffee? I know in Honkai Star Rail, everybody is absolutely afraid of Himiko's coffee. Oh, well, actually, there was the mention of Don Quixote doing some... Rodian's the bad cook? Even though she always has a bunch of... she has enough cookies for 12 sinners in her pocket. The way the story ran, Don Quixote could have made something much worse. Okay, all those stages, that's a lot of currency. I wonder how much more I have to grind to, like, clear out the shop, or if clearing the entirety of the event was, like, enough. Did I get everything? I'm about to. Let's see how much I have left. Okay, so we get all the event-specific stuff, and then we have the other stuff here. I don't really need them. It's fine. I can grind for the poles later. I streamed, I streamed the first half of, or a small, like a small portion of the beginning of this event yesterday. So, yeah, I have all the egos. Okay. Ooh, there's one with the effect. Pretty. Ooh. That's pretty. I like that. Now I can be Arknights decorated in Limbus. But yeah, I do have everybody. Yeah, I got Ishmael, I got Baus. I mean, if you were watching me battle, you saw me using one, right? You saw me using Milnar. The only one that I don't have, like, upties for is Ishmael's right now. Let's spin this one up so I can actually use it. Perfect. Now all of the Arknights egos are maxed. My only disappointment is that the ego for Ishmael shares the same slot as one of my burn egos, so it's like, man, there goes my burn. Which one are you missing? I know I don't use Scotty Ego for burn, but I mean, it's cool to have. Faust? How many polls have you done? Cause quite a few people in the server have gotten very unlucky. 120? Okay. Let's see if you can beat my record then. Cause I got all 3 and yeah, this is how many pulls I did. Let's see if you can beat me. See if you can get counted before 146. Are you luckier than me? But yeah, like I didn't even make it to Spark. I was actually like uncertain whether or not I was gonna be able to like make it to Spark with the lunacy that I had built up. But thank God, like I didn't even touch Spark, so I got everything. I got Gregor pull 1. I did a single and I got him pull 1, which is the crazy part. Oh, you can have all of these like all be the same thing. Interesting. I'll just switch those 2 around so I can see that. Pretty. A lot of people got screwed on this banner. I'm glad I wasn't one of those people. So, what's the best way to grind now that I've kind of run through the event? Oh, the mirror dungeon? Okay, makes sense. I guess I need to finish my mirror dungeon then. Let's see, really only use the Scotty Ego for Rupture or the passive? Isn't Scotty's Ego sinking? Why does it work for Rupture? Sinking and Tremor. Combat start. If there is just a single enemy, this unit's leftmost attack skill in the dashboard gauge clash power +1. Return from this unit, return or substitute, and minimum activity clash power +1. Okay, so like it gives a bonus to Ishmael for like fighting singular enemies, basically like boss fights. That's not bad. But yeah, she's sinking in Tremor. Why did she work for Rupture? The sub effect is what makes her good for Rupture? The substituting, pardon? I guess. Oh, I see. Are we talking about Heisho Ishmael? Or different Rupture Ishmael? Gia's sisterish? The Kung Fu one? No. Wait, was that Rupture? Okay. Interesting. Is that the optimal Rupture ID for Ishmael? Very interesting. I was thinking about... Yeah, so this one, right? Yeah, Rupture and Poise. For sinking, use Cyan Ego because it's spammable. I don't really have a sinking team put together, so I can't say much about it. My only focus is always only burn, and then I kind of started putting something together for Tremor, kind of. Because I was wondering if I could do a burn Tremor. Like a burn Tremor mix. I kind of started putting something together for Rupture, since I ended up picking this gun. Half Rupture in Secret. Interesting. And then I have this team, which is the Kurokuma Blade Lineage collection. I don't have everyone, honestly. Obviously, but I mean, it's kind of here. And then Bleed, Malachaland, La Machaland stuff. Yeah, I kind of figured as much. So that's kind of, since I ended up picking him up like during my Arknights pulls, like I might as well like I don't know. I feel like I could start picking up the team to have it. For Tremor? Even though this new Honglu is Rupture Poise? The speed. Specifically his speed. Speed is 4 to 6. Ah, I see. Yeah, I don't think I'll fully understand it, so that's why I'm just gonna stick to what I know best. My precious burn. My oh so precious burn team. I mean, I guess Burn is the easiest to build, but Burn is also a harder team to get since a handful of the units are Walpurgis locked. Burn is slightly premium, as far as I'm aware. I just need to see a 3-star ID for Honglu, Ryoshu, and a burn ID for Heath. Please, can I have a burn ID for Heath? Please. Yeah, Sinclair probably fell off, but out of all of the burn IDs that Sinclair has, this is probably still the most effective in my opinion. The thumb ID that is in pair with Merceau does more tremor than it does more burn. Like I could still use the combination of stuff, but like I don't know. Why for passive? What is your passive? The others why? Oh, reduced damage. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but eh. Nah, I like my burn. Burn.
I want things to look cohesive, and that doesn't look cohesive. But alright, that's enough for me. I did what I wanted to do for this stream. Yeah, I cleared the event, which means it works. But yeah, I did what I wanted for this stream, so that's gonna be all for me today. Thank you all for watching, thank you all for lurking, and I'll see you guys next time. Also, I know today is Friday. I did realize that I forgot Rhythm Game Friday last week, and today's Friday, so it would have been a Rhythm Game Friday today, but like, I kind of wanted to finish this, so oh well. So yep, thank you for watching, thank you for lurking, I'll see you guys next time. Yanne!